Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
We're in it. We are in it. We're in it. We're live on the internet. They said that it couldn't be done, my detractors. Those who would imprison me. Those who would hide my discoveries and my powers from the world. They tried to stop me. They said it couldn't be done, but we're live on the internet. Hello to Anabrood, Bonasal. Hello to Roundbrush, J-Dub, 2029, KKKKK, 2UI. Another kid named Noah, great name. Copper Coyote, Uncle 20, you Bazakma. And that's everybody who's here right now. Welcome everybody with streaming art. Let's quickly honor some patrons at the beginning here. I want to thank Anthony Damazine and Rudolph Salveson for signing up for the Patreon, putting their money where their mouth is, and supporting this stream, this channel, just me in general. Of course, nobody is expected to lay their money on the line and do such a thing, but Anthony Damazin and Rudolph Salveson, I always try to alter the pronunciation every single time so that somewhere in there I'll hopefully hit the correct one. Thank you so much for signing up for the Patreon and for supporting. It takes a lot of courage. It really does. You know, these days, I'm considered pretty controversial. Pretty controversial for having what I think of as a human bias when it comes to art and for not being embracing AI with open arms. I'm pretty controversial for that. So I know that to give me support and to also have your name shouted out on the stream puts you guys in a lot of direct danger. So again, I appreciate your courage. I really do. Thank you so much. Once again, Anthony and Rudolph. Killstreak Down says, this already looks great. Thank you. Sketching, we're in Sketchland. I'm going to put myself up for this one. Another kid named Noah has been watching your vids for years, but this is the only live I've caught thus far. Perfect. Wow. This must be your time zone, baby. Happy to have you here. All right. Patrons have been honored. Put that away. Do I need this window? Not really. Want a little music today? Let's do the classic Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack in the background. Which I have to admit, every time I play it, makes me want to go back and play the game, actually. Lower this a little more in my mix. That should be all right. Let's do it even a little quieter. Sorry, updated OBS, so everything looks a little different. And I see now that the audio decibel chart is lower than it used to be, or it goes further down, quieter than it used to. Do I sound loud enough? Am I good? I saw my sixes. All the numbers are different in the audio mixer, so I'm a little confused. Buddha Belly says, perfect timing. Got to get my work done. You help me relax so much. That's why I'm here. It's actually warm in here today. I don't think I need this. So I'm doing a bunch of sketches to contribute to a book. That's probably all I should say about that. And I've got a bunch of stuff here. I've got that. I've got this. I have some things I could transfer. These were little thumbnails that I did on my iPad and then printed out. And I think I started something else in this pad, I think. Yeah, that weird puppet sketch. So I think I've got like 5 things. There might be more. I have this, but I've already replaced it with the one that's on camera right now. Kim DeZino says, Master Zapata, happy to see you, my dear. Really miss your presence on this forgotten land. Here I am. Happy to be here. Bringing my purifying influence to the art world. We're drawing on a Thursday night. It's actually like hot in here tonight. I wonder if I finally figured the thermostat out. Is this actually pointing at me? Hold on. When I'm down here looking, I think that's right. These streams are a wonderful anti-procrastination tool. See, that's nice. Think of how nice that makes me feel. To know that when I draw, that makes other people draw. And makes the spirit of art continue on in the world. How do you think that makes me feel? It makes me feel good. It does. So what's up, folks? What's the art news? I've been unplugged from art news. No Instagram on my phone. No suggestions on my YouTube homepage. Is there anything I should know about? Any startling developments in the art world? Tuo says, I'll balance it out and stop drawing. Good. Good. We always need that antagonist energy, too. Sorry, just messing with my camera here. Looks clear to me.
Art news. I made a cool drawing recently. I know. There's always very little art news. What could art news be other than someone made a cool drawing, right? Art is really not a vector for salacious news. At least not the kind of art we do. Maybe like contemporary, modern stuff. The stuff that the really out there fine artists are doing. Maybe that's newsworthy, but not really the stuff we get up to in drawing land. Do you paint or just draw? I paint on occasion. Drawing is my first love, though. If you look at the past streams, you'll see tons of work done in color. If you go through the archive. When painting traditionally, I like to do watercolors. It's usually my go-to. Watercolors of all sorts. If I'm working digitally, I'll tend to do color just because it's so easy. I mean, it's still hard to do, but you know what I mean. You don't have to put out tubes of paint and clean your brushes. That's what I mean. It's just right there. Why not throw some color on it? Leon says, hi, Steven. Love your art and videos. Thank you, Leon. Hope you don't mind questions. I don't. Feel free to disregard this. I'm not. But I wonder, what are your thoughts on gesture drawing? Don't recall hearing you talking about it. I'm curious. What are my thoughts on it? I mean, it's, you know, it's essential. I don't know. Probably everything you've heard about gesture drawing is true by my estimations, that you should be doing it and things like that. I don't know. I mean, it's just, when I think of gesture drawing, I just think of quick drawings done to capture the essential shapes and curves of a subject. That's all I'm imagining. Anything more codified than that is just a particular school or a particular way of thinking, and is not something that you need to take super seriously or spend very long doing. Gesture drawing is just basically, what are the most characteristic things you could capture about something in a minute flat, you know? But yeah, I don't really have any salacious or contrarian takes on gesture drawing. Johnny Pearson gives $5. Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you so much for the $5. You know what it's getting turned into. Pure, uncut, black market smuggled Colombian coffee. Colombian coffee. Served black and piping hot, right in my baby son's bottle. No cooling it. Brewed in the carafe, right into the bottle, right into his mouth. No waiting, no gap. And he loves it. He loves it. He loves it. Thank you, Johnny. Hi, Joey. Joey says, this drawing speaks to me. That's weird. That is a weird thing. Do I have a piece of scrap paper anywhere? I have a napkin. There's food on this. Oh crap, I'm gonna sneeze. Screw it. Anirudh says, no, Steven, since no artist has replaced you as greatest living drawing person, there's no news in the art world. God, your head is screwed on so straight. I love it. I love just seeing a head that's so just aligned, you know? Ramber says, hey, Steven, do you have a video where you talk about making art from literature? After seeing the Patreon post, I became intrigued about your thought process for illustrating stuff like Paradise Lost. Not on YouTube, but I do talk about that. For all intents and purposes, I talk about that in my design course. Now in the design course, it's run through a particular filter. It's run through the filter of doing I can use one of these printouts of scrap paper. Designing a mock-up inventory screen for a video game, but it would apply even if I was doing, all the principles would apply if I was just doing a straight up illustration of the book. But when I do my demos in the design course, I base my game on Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. And so it is based on a piece of literature, and I go through the same process I would do if I was just doing straight up illustrations. I gather references, I make an MVP, I do a bunch of writing. I decide on a style, that is to say, handling of the elements of art and the principles of design. And I establish theme, look for references, and I explain the process of all of that in great detail, in excruciating detail, in Design Fundamentals. Superfly says, what would you consider an artist to learn first, figure drawing or portrait drawing? I feel like most artists start with portraiture, just naturally. They identify that the face is more bang for your buck than the whole figure. I don't know if that's wise, but that's where most people start. Buddha Belly says, I just learned an old couple in my state had stolen a multi-million-dollar painting, hung it in their living room, and no one knew until they died. Well, it's not necessarily that they stole it. I mean, does the story know they stole it? Because there's just a huge black market for paintings. They might not have been the ones to steal it. They may have just bought it. There's tons of paintings that we know of, but have been lost and are just hanging in the office of some oil tycoon where all the people who see it won't even recognize that it's a famous and valued painting. Because no one with taste would ever be caught dead in an oil tycoon's office. Ever seen Rickard Westman's work? I have not. Maybe I'll check that out later. Stephen, have you ever stopped to think if you spend too much time using the stump instead of a pencil? No. I try not to waste time doubting myself. I'd rather spend my time drawing than doubting myself. Hey Doc says your art looks amazing. Do you have any advice for someone that is trying to get back to drawing painting? I am kind of overwhelmed with all the content on YouTube that it almost feels like a chore. That is exactly why you shouldn't watch anything on YouTube. As I say on here all the time, the decision or the action that makes you draw less is the wrong decision or action. And even if it feels counterintuitive, if it feels countercultural, you make the choice that makes you draw more. So you're probably lying to yourself, telling yourself that you need to, since you're getting back into it, that you need to view all of this YouTube stuff to sort of catch up and to learn what's in these videos so that you get all the tips so you can, make up for lost time. That's self-deception, that's lies. There's nothing that useful in the YouTube videos that me or any of my friends make. Nothing more useful than actually sitting and drawing on your own. So don't deceive yourself like that. If it's engendering the feeling that it is a chore, it's maladaptive. It's not working for you. So you accept that, you leave it for other people, and for a while you go and do what makes you excited and what makes you draw more. Turn inward, turn everything off, no YouTube, no art books, nothing, just draw your own stuff. And a lot of people, when they hear that, they start writing me a book or novella about why it's actually not smart for them to draw their own stuff. They have all these reasons. They say, no, I shouldn't do my own stuff because you have to understand, my own stuff is the next Berserk. I'm the next Kentaro Miura. And I need to be good enough to actually do that stuff or else I'm going to waste it. I'm going to, oh my God, what do people think? I'm going to accidentally make a shitty Berserk that is not going to get the attention that it really deserved, right? People would never put it in those words, but when you talk to them, it's clear that that cartoon is the intuitive heart of how they're handling their art practice. All of that is psychotic. You need to focus on your own work and you need to recognize that all of the excuses that you're making are self-deceptions. Actually go be creative and find the exciting heart of your practice that you will engage with today, now. And if you do not, there will be no art. You will never have a practice and you will never get around to doing all the things that you think you're going to get around to doing. Even the best artists in the world struggle to do this. I struggle to do this even though I talk about it all the time on stream. It would be difficult to impress upon you how seriously you should take what I'm saying to you right now. That is the real challenge. That is the real war. That is the real fight. A lot of artists are wasting their time on false wars. The real war is so difficult that they have constructed an entire narrative apparatus for why they don't even need to engage in it.
Kim says, I haven't someone to draw with in a long time. It feels so good. Thank you for that, Master Steven. My pleasure. Thank you all for drawing with me. It's the same thing on my end. I like drawing, knowing other people are doing it out there in the world. Watching. Apparently they were art thieves. Well, they believe they were. They traveled the world and had other art. Wow. Must be a pretty cool life. Being international art thieves must be a pretty cool life, without a doubt. Dangerous? Sure. Unethical? For someone else to make the case. But can't deny it's got to be interesting. Got to be an interesting life. Hi, Steven. Do you ever try oil painting? Yes, many times. I've done quite a bit of oil painting. I used to do it more back in Los Angeles, when I lived in Los Angeles these many years ago, about 10 years ago now. I moved back to New York about a decade ago. When I was living in Los Angeles, I did more oil painting out there. It's just great for plein air painting, LA. A lot of different ecologies. Good painting communities out there. If so, do you dislike mixing your colors, cleaning your palette and brushes, rinse and repeat constantly, something not necessary in digital painting? I mean, I don't like the setting up of those things. If I had a permanent place in my studio where I could just leave the easel, the paints, and everything out permanently, it wouldn't be all of it would be a pleasure, actually. I draw a very fine line. It's the setup that bothers me, putting the brushes away, restoring them, getting all the panels out, resetting up the easel, because I only have a small one that I have to collapse and put away in the closet all the time. That's the part that bothers me. Once that's all set up, mixing colors, cleaning palette, cleaning brushes even, stuff like that, I find it all very meditative and just like the stuff of that medium, and it can be quite peaceful. When I'm not liking it, it's just because I'm in a bad mood. It's not because there's anything actually not to be liked about those things. Especially if you paint solvent-free like I do. When I paint in oils, I just use, I used to use like turpentine and mineral spirits and all that, but I had, when I was painting more often, prolonged exposure, I did have a bit of an allergic reaction to them. God, that seems like another lifetime ago now. So now when I paint, I only use safflower oil. And I don't thin anything with mineral spirits or anything like that. And if you only use safflower oil, yeah, it's solvent-free, it's non-toxic. As long as you don't eat your paint, you're A-okay. Don't eat cad red, But if you're not using any paint thinner, if you're not using any mixers or anything like that, even though I think things like liquid and linseed oil and stuff like that, that's all non-toxic too. But yeah, if you use just safflower oil to thin things, it's just completely non-toxic. You could even paint in a closed room and you would be fine. I mean, you shouldn't do that still. Don't take my word for it. I'm not a doctor. Keep your safe environment. But yeah, as I understand it, you would be A-okay. What camera mic do you use for streaming? My microphone is the Rode NTG5, and my camera is the Lumix GH5. I only buy equipment that has 5 in the name. Very superstitious about that.
My computer has DDR5 RAM. I have an Intel i5 processor. 4050 graphics card, obviously. 5s only. That's very important. If you try to do equipment all with 6s, your setup's not going to work. The electricity goblins will tear your system apart. You'll get nothing but glitches all the time. Have a good sleep, Radu. Joe says, are you saying that fitness drama videos on YouTube won't get me jacked? I might be saying that. 825 says, I really feel this one. The number of times I've told myself before I start this project, I need to get through this list of videos, books, blog posts, etc. We all do it. It's so easy with art. It's so easy with art. But yeah, that's all just distraction, procrastination. It's especially invidious because it feels like you're being disciplined and productive, and you aren't. You're tricking yourself. The only thing that is actually disciplined and productive is regular drawing. And the only time that books, blog posts, things like that contribute to that is if they are regularly interspersed with your creative drawing. I try to yell about this at least once a stream for the people who haven't heard my rants before. You need to always be doing your real creative work as best as you can estimate it at the time, right? You want to make comic books, always be making a comic. You want to be making landscape paintings, always be making landscape paintings. If you make that the foundation of the practice, and you do that first, that's always your number one priority. You do that, you do that, you do that. If you then regularly intersperse that with courses, blog posts, YouTube videos, things like that, you know, assuming that you're actually doing stuff because of what those videos say, right? Then they can be productive. If it's the other way around, you're fooling yourself. You're completely fooling yourself. That's so true, Stephen. I had to stop making finished art for 6 months. Then I just kept looking for art tutorials and processes so I could make up for lost time, and that made me not make finished art for 2 years until I just sat down and stopped looking for tutorials and started making them. Yeah, it's the most common blight of our art era, I think. Everybody is struggling with this. That's why I think the time has come, people. Unplug. Get it out of your system, you know? Kill YouTube, kill me. You know, if on the road you should encounter the Buddha, kill him, right? Kill me, kill your Instagram, uninstall everything, stop using everything, stop looking at everything, and just make art, at least for a time. Hame Handes gives $3. Thank you, Hame. You're the best, man. Oh, and it says, let's celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. Wow, Hame. You've given 5 supers? Oh yeah, the pair that is wearing the sweatband to let you know that this pair is working out and trying to lose that pear belly has a 5 behind him. All right. All right, how do we celebrate? First, fireworks.
Then imagine a bunch of drones coming from the side, and they all rearrange themselves, and they write out Hamehandes, Hamehandes, kind of move across the sky. And there's like a trillion little people in a park, and it's all people who are in the chat. It's all of chat in a park, laying on blankets, eating snacks, having pretzels, and they're all looking up at the drones like, holy shit, they know how to make drones do that? What? Thanks, Hame. Raphael says, hey, Stephen, do you agree with the opinion that all ideas and concepts have already been done? I get where this opinion is coming from, but I feel like it's an oversimplification. To an extent, but obviously it can't really be. It can't really be true because history is moving on and new things are being introduced in history, new cultural touch points, new technologies. And when those things enter the world, they're new and nobody before could have predicted them, and you can make art about them. So it's not ultimately true. Have all of the archetypal ways to make art been approached? Like, okay, well, you're going to make, let's say a new technology emerges and you're going to make art about it. Yes, it's about a new technology, but is the mode of your art making going to be well-trodden territory? Yes, probably. But I just don't think that's that big of a problem, right? It's like the modalities and tropes of how we make art, people don't really care about that. They do care about the specifics, So it's okay to be working within the lineages of these various modalities and ways to approach art. I don't really think that takes anything away. And eventually, probably not in our lifetime, but eventually, the world is going to change so much that truly new paradigms will emerge. But those probably require things to change so much and in so many unexpected ways that there's no way to force it. I don't think you could design your way to one of those future modalities, really. It needs to be the natural result of history. At least that's my guess. Stream dumped out. And I'm back. Sorry, my connection dumped out for a second there. But it didn't look like it was too bad. Hey, Stephen, what do you use for lighting when drawing at night? I have an issue with seeing because of glare from the graphite. I use a photographer's softbox with a honeycomb grid on it. The honeycomb grid is to help with the glare. A grid on a softbox makes the light diffuse and soft, but directional. And the more directional a light is, the more you can control the glare, because glare is a specular reflection. So it only occurs when the light is bouncing off the surface at such an angle so that the angle of reflection equals the angle of incidence in respect to the surface normal when striking the eye of the viewer. So that only happens at a very specific place. So if you set that up so that that specific place is not where your eyes are, it reduces the glare by a lot. By maybe like 70%, something like that.
Joe used the Red Diamond Man emojis. Now Steven will have to sing the Red Diamond Man prayer. I don't remember it, so I can't say. If I could remember the Chronicle of Red Diamond Man, I would sing it for you, but I only remember the haunting Red Diamond Man wail. That is the climax of that prayer. I don't remember the full thing. Sharon says, Steven, sorry for the random question. All questions here are random. You guys never need to apologize for that. Wanting to paint more because of the immediacy, but using a brush to draw feels awkward compared to a pencil. Any tips, thoughts, suggestions for brush type? I mean, you can still draw on your canvas with like a pencil, and then paint over it if you're really fine. You know, I love brushes. It's fun to work with brushes, but they don't have the like nervous system feedback that pencil does for me. You know, a pencil is so rigid, you know, it's hard. Every stroke that you're doing, like everything that you put down is you're breaking the lead a little bit, right? You're pulverizing it into dust. And so it feels very itchy and scratchy and like it resists, you know, it feels like you can really feel the surface, you know? And the brush has maybe 10% of that. And that's kind of why I could never fall in love with painting as much as I could drawing, right? It's like a brush feels very airy by comparison. You know, you don't really feel anything until you've pushed the brush like pretty hard into the canvas. Like a bristle brush loaded with oil paint does it a little better, but certainly like a nice soft sable brush, especially if you're not using paint, if you're using something like ink, it's like there is almost no feedback, right? There, it's all air. You know, you're doing it all off the visual sight of the brush hitting the surface. So all that to say, I get when you say it's awkward. And to some extent, it's like, if that's really a problem for you, just draw. So you could draw with an ink pen. You know, you could get a fine liner pen or a sign pen and just draw with that onto your canvas to lay in the basics and then just paint right over that. You have to make sure that you get a, I'm blanking right now on which it is, which kind of ink you want to use. Just Google that. I forget if it's pigment ink or non-waterproof ink. Like there's a particular one that plays best with oil. It doesn't run when the oil smears over it. Someone in chat might know, but just Google that. I forget which one it is. You just draw with that right on your canvas to get an initial lay-in, and then you can paint over to your heart's content. If that's indeed the problem you were talking about. If you were saying drawing in terms of like laying in the initial lines and the layout for a painting. If by drawing you meant something broader, you just meant designing, then there's really no way around that. It's like, you're just gonna have to figure out how to do that well in paint, you know? That's what will separate a good painting from a bad painting, you know? And you'll need to learn how to do that in the language of brushstrokes. I feel like if everything is unoriginal and has been made before, then what's the point in sharing my ideas when it's unoriginal? I just think it shouldn't be preached too much. That's not usually what people mean when they say everything's been done before. They mean, like, generally they mean that all of the archetypes have been done. Like, your story, your idea, for example, whatever your idea is, it's guaranteed it can be classified by a known genre, right? It's an adventure story, an action story, it's a romance story, it's a surreal story, it's a sci-fi story, it's a historical fiction, right? It's absolutely already fits within a genre. And genres then get subdivided further by subgenre, and then subgenres are built up out of tropes and things like that. Tropes and norms, conventional norms for that particular subgenre. And for the most part, those are very, very well populated and understood. And it's pretty rare that new subgenres and new tropes are, well, maybe not new tropes. New tropes come up with some regularity, but certainly subgenres, right? Like, it's rare when they sort of get invented, right? Like, they usually happen at big historical junctures, right? Like, for example, like, most subgenres of science fiction occurred at the juncture, the transition from pulp science fiction to literary science fiction, where science fiction started being influenced more by other genres, other literary genres, and the big ideas of science fiction were viewed through those lenses, viewed with a broader literary sense, more influenced by the novel and things like that, the novel at large. And basically, as soon as that happened, so we're talking like in a very fecund period in like the 50s and 60s, we basically invented all of the subgenres of science fiction that's most of the sci-fi that's being written today is happening within those subgenres, and very few have been added. Everything from sci-fantasy to science punk or whatever, cyberpunk and things like that. It was all invented right there. So that's usually what people mean when they say that everything has been done. It's that the archetypes are well established, the genres are well established, the subgenres are well established. But if you don't let that deter you and you build your skills and you become a talented practitioner, there will be another time, like the transition from pulp sci-fi to literary sci-fi, right? That will come. No one knows when, right? It requires a historical revolution, a change in technologies, a change in the markets, but it will come. And you want to be ready for that, because then you will be one of the capable, talented people who is ready to jump in and sink their teeth in for the invention of all the new subgenres. And at that point, you will be doing something that hasn't been done before, for real, It's just it's a classic rule of the world, when it rains, it pours. And the invention of subgenres follows that rule. There's no modification to subgenres for many decades, and then these fecund periods where we explode a bunch of them, hundreds and dozens of them. The what's it called? The aesthetics wiki is a testament to that fact. Just thousands and thousands of entries of every tiny delineation of every subgenre. So is TV tropes. So you want to be ready for that, And so that's one point. You want to be ready for that. But also, because that's what people mean when they say everything's already been done. They're talking about genre, subgenre, tropes, things like that. That's not why people get into stories, really. That's not why people read stories. Most people. Audiences read stories for the specifics. They do. So no one can do it the particular way you're going to do it. With your influences, with your life experience, with the little twists that you would put on it. No one can do that. And so there's always a reason to make your story, because even if you're doing well-trodden territory and subgenre and all that, it's just really impossible unless you're purposefully ripping someone off. It's really impossible for you to make the same book or story or piece that someone else would make. You know, it's your individuality is guaranteed to be in there. Maybe not to the refined degree that it will be once you're a master, but it will be there. I feel like I'm gonna have to go blow my nose in a minute. My nose is really clogging up. Good day, fine sir, says Hafu. Hello. Are those Junji Ito eyes? I don't think so. What are you looking at? I don't know what Junji Ito eyes are. I know who Junji Ito is, but I don't know what Junji Ito eyes are. In general, for anyone who's ever asking me if something is influenced by something, if you're asking me if it's influenced by anime or manga, the answer is no. I don't read any anime or manga, so. Very rarely, if ever, is that an influence. Johnny says, do you think working with more than one medium is beneficial, or is it better to focus on our preferred medium exclusively? It depends on who you are as an artist, really. Really. It's just your temperament. You know, I know me, I need to switch mediums a lot or else I get really bored. You know, it makes me happy to switch mediums. So I don't resist. I don't resist at all. Some people, they're not really interested in doing a bunch of stuff. They've just always known I want to be a master oil painter, and oil painting is the only thing I really like doing, and I'm just going to do that forever, and that's great. And probably that's a more direct shot to a good career. Some people just have that clarity. And clarity is a blessed thing in art. It's rare and at a premium. Some people just have that rare mix of talent and total focus on one thing that they know they want to do from pretty early on. They're just like, that's it. That's the art I want to make. I'm just, baby, I'm going right for that. And those are usually the people who manage to have a professional art career in like 4 years of trying. Of really trying. Often they've been drawing and making art forever since they were kids, but like once they set their sights on it with that mix, they sort of get over the line very quickly. Can good design occur at different levels of art fundamental mastery? Absolutely. Otherwise, none of us could design. Because like that kind of thinking, it's like if that wasn't possible, good design would only occur at the apex of skill, right? At the azimuth. And it's like, we're all designing. So yeah, of course not. Of course it could be anywhere. And how can you tell if someone has great design thinking but is held back by their technical skills? Here's the thing. You can always tell that. You can always tell if someone has great design thinking, but the technical skills are not there in context, because they will present something that fulfills all the design criteria in creative ways. It's just not technically executed well. So in this abstract YouTube drawing land that all of us inhabit way too much, right? Where it's all asynchronous, right? People like me, YouTubers like me, saying generalized scattershot things to thousands of people they don't know. We wind up, we can't be specific, right? And there's no design criteria. So everybody just starts comparing themselves on a raw skill level, which that doesn't even make any sense. You can't actually do that, right? And they forget that that's not everything, right? So on a project, it's always clear if someone has great design thinking and bad technical skills. It's not confusing. It's like you can't make that assessment here in the abstract. There's no grounds, right, for discussion. But if you were, let's say, working in the costume department on a feature film, right, and you had all these design criteria, right? It was like, we need a outfit that is appropriate for the daughter of the main character, and these are the story beats that she does. It's a horror movie, she's innocent, and even though the dad, who's the main character, tries to protect her, she keeps getting dragged closer to, the spirit realm, and eventually the ghost takes her. We have all these story beats, and we have specific design criteria from them, right? We need to foreshadow that she's going to be taken in her clothing all the way from the first scene, and there needs to be a transition, a gentle transition from the beginning of the movie to the climax of the movie, where her clothing is showing that she's aligning more with the spirit realm, right? Those are specific design criteria, and an intern in the costume department could, in a meeting, just espouse, even just in words, right, really good answers to those design criteria, right? Like, well, we're going to say that the color coding for the spirit world is green, so we're going to start her with the complementary colors. So she's going to start the movie wearing red only, monochrome red. She's younger, monochrome is in with the younger generations. And then we're going to slowly move her around the color wheel to green until she's wearing all green at the climax of the movie, and that means that she's about to be taken to the spirit realm, right? That's a design solution. That's a specific design solution with design criteria. Everybody in the meeting can evaluate if that's a good, appropriate, doable design solution for the script, even if I illustrate that with a nasty finger painting that just shows colors going around the color wheel and a little girl t-shirt. You see how the idea is clearly separated from however you would execute it technically? That's what design is. That is what real design is. That is real design. Real design is not who's got sexier shapes, Frank Frazetta or John Singer Sargent. Nothing. Garbage. Not real art conversation. That's why my design course, Design Fundamentals, that's why I am at pains in that course to make everybody actually do a project. And you have to and it has heavy criteria, right? It's you're making a hypothetical video game. The MVP that I make you write for the video game is going to give me theme, style. You have to write a backstory. You have to write a 3-paragraph thematic treatment. Like, it crushes people with you need to be specific or else you're not really designing. You can't design in the abstract. That's a lie. That's a self-deception. The design, true design, can only occur in specificity to design criteria with real constraints. So that's why I always encourage people, do goddamn projects. Work with other people. Put real constraints on it. Until you have done that, you have never actually designed anything. And you're operating under the false conception that there's objectively good shapes or something like that in the world, which means if you think that you are still in baby level 1 childhood art level thinking, and you need to grow up and you need to move on, because art is in dire straits and artists need to get smarter. They need to get smarter, they need to get better, they got to move on from crap like that. If we're going to survive the AI wars, we've got to get better, people. Got to get better. The Boy Gone Gamer says, everything you say about art YouTubers is true. I think you made a YouTube video on this. Yes, I did recently. Well, it was a while ago, but I just haven't been posting a lot of videos. So it's one of the more recent videos on the channel, in the video feed. Unfortunately, the masses just don't care and will continue to fall down that rabbit hole. Ding, 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 ding. And the award goes to the Boy Gone Gamer. The He's Absolutely Right award goes to the Boy Gone Gamer. That is right. It is true. The masses just do not care. But hopefully, artists care. Hopefully, artists care. Those who need to be self-deceived, they can have as much of it as they want. But hopefully, those who need to hear it will hear it. And the overall art ability in the world will go up. Is your design course the one that's going on Proco? No. On Proco is my rendering course / form course. It's form from imagination. My design course is design fundamentals. You can find links to both in the description of this stream, but they're separate courses. Leela says, hey, Steven, just want to say this piece is terrifying in the best way. Good. That's perfect. That is the intended effect. If it's terrifying, something is working. I don't usually make things with the intent of them being horrifying. Like, some people say I make horror art, but I've always considered that a bit of a misattribution. It's like, I draw the things that I draw because I think they're cool, not because I think they're scary. I like scary things, but it's not really what I'm trying to do with my art usually. But for this and for the themes of this book, I thought it was okay to try to make a few things that were genuinely a little scary. So, again, thank you. That means that we're hitting the right themes here.
The only piece I can remember that I, like finished piece, or just more developed that I really remember actively trying to make scary, and it's not really that scary. It's kind of more just weird, but more than I can remember on other things, I was like thinking about what would make this kind of frightening. Is Inner Contact, that piece with the gray aliens that I made for the Proco competition years ago. Do I have it on this computer? Finished art. Go to my finished art folder. Press I. Yeah, I do have it. Let me show real quick. I need a window capture. Well, which? Just create new. So many steps just for this. There we go. That one. That was the only piece in recent memory that I remember thinking I wanted it to feel scary. Some horror in there, but it's probably only scary to other people who are afraid of aliens. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, I think only other people who are afraid of aliens would actually find that scary. I don't know. I remember some people saying they were disturbed by the picture. I haven't thought about that one in a while. That was fun. I thought Inner Contact was a photo for the longest time. Oh my God. I'm sure glad a photo of that doesn't exist. Juan Ignacio Moreno says, my experience in art school was creating projects, but with barely no practice of the fundamentals. I think it's important to practice a lot before moving on to a book cover, a card illustration, etc. I think that's just a reaction to the fact that you got none. As I always say on here, I think the best thing is a balance. Just do them both at the same time. The problem is that most people don't do both. They do one or the other. You know, it's that simple and that complicated. I think a good art school, mine certainly, you know, I liked my art school experience, and they made us do both. We were always on project, and we were also always doing very skill buildy work. Oh, love that nail. Just came out of nowhere. Layering. Like the talon on one of the giant birds. I like it. Thinking like an ostrich or what's the goddamn really prehistoric one? Has like the really flat, thick bill. The talons on those guys are really like you're looking at a velociraptor. And like the nails are always like peeling, so it looks like that, you know? It's like layers of nails on top of each other. That was sitting in my unconscious waiting to come out. Now I wish every talon that I'd done over the past 5 years had that effect. It's weird that it hasn't come out till now, because I spent whatever that prehistoric bird is, I forget what they're called. Shoebill? Was it shoebill? It's not an emu. They're a really prehistoric looking bird. It might have been a shoebill. There's another weird one. Anyway, back when I used to go to the zoo every weekend to hang out with the animals back in college, I once spent like a whole afternoon with one of those guys because he was just like, the display that they had them in, they're usually like in the back. And this one day, for some reason, he was just hanging out right by the fence, and he just stayed there for like 2 hours. And like I just wanted to look at him, so I was just like right on the other side of the fence, just like really close to this guy, just like really analyzing him. And yeah, just those talons have stayed with me for a long time. Is it a cassowary? What the fuck? Why can't I remember? Come on, that guy was my bud. I can't remember what kind of bird he is. I just saw him on TV. Yeah, it was a cassowary, yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of. These guys rock. Cool looking bird. Big old bird. See, chat's always good for identifying all the things that I can never remember. This book that I was asked to contribute to is really flexible with the level of finish. You know, they're really comfortable showing like a lot of sketches instead of finished work. So that's just, I consider that awesome. I mean, you guys know I love finishing something, but it's so nice also to just have no pressure and just be like, I can just sketch out a cool idea, and basically when I'm done with it, whenever I feel like, that's the idea, I can just leave it. Say, all right, that's what I'll submit. That's cool, you know? Pretty ideal. Which is also really good because the deadline is really short. I have very few things to add. Are you from Latin America? No, I was born in the United States, but I'm from there ancestrally. My parents are from Colombia. And if you're gonna ask me if I speak Spanish, mi español está malísimo. What defines true art mastery in your opinion? That's an interesting question. I don't think in all these years anyone has ever asked me that plainly. That's rare. After all this time, a new one. What defines true art mastery in your opinion? Says A25. Says A25G1T3P. I think it would be something like, first off, it's not about any objective measure of skill. You know, art is about truly fulfilling yourself. And for a lot of people, that involves expressing yourself. So, but fulfilling yourself is even deeper. So I think for me, true art mastery is having the ability to completely fulfill yourself with your work in the way that you want. And
I think that basically spirals out into the variety of practices that people have. And I think when you phrase it that way, it's clear that that's a very, actually, quite a tough thing to imagine grasping, right? Because you see it writ large in the chat of even this stream, that people are constantly dissatisfied with their skill level and what they can do, and they're always reaching and grasping. And the goal, considering how lofty people's ambitions are, is pretty high, It's pretty difficult. People's taste is based on the best stuff in the world, right? So to fulfill yourself in the way that you want with some regularity, very, very difficult. And you'll also notice that that precludes any connection to a sort of prosaic and commonplace analysis of skill level. You could do that. You could fulfill this criteria for mastery being extremely virtuosic and being not that virtuosic at all. It's very, very internal. And that also means that it might change, right? So there might be days that you feel like a master and days that you don't. But on the days that you do feel like a master, you are. You really are. And to prove that I really do hold this opinion about mastery, may I present as Exhibit A my incredible consistency on it. You could go way back on the channel to the one and only episode of the Drawing the Line podcast. That first episode that I said everything I needed to say and decided, I don't need to make a solo podcast. I'll just keep making my YouTube videos. I discuss my analysis of the levels of mastery, and how I define true mastery is exactly what I just said, which I did not remember when I started this response. It occurred to me as I was saying, I was like, wait, I have thought about this before. I have said this before, but no one has ever asked me before. No one has ever asked me before. Arrived late to the live. Quick recap. What's the book about? I actually shouldn't say that. Probably shouldn't say. It's just a book I was invited to contribute to. So I'm working on those contributions. But I probably shouldn't blow up their spot too much yet. I will, of course, post about it and talk about it openly once it's out there in a more official capacity. They actually might not care. I'm just playing it safe because I haven't checked, Have you ever drawn on shrooms? Sorry, I need to stretch a little bit. My leg is bugging me. Have you ever drawn on shrooms? I don't like drawing in an altered state of mind. I find it distracting. I find I'm creative enough sober. Creative enough.
Yeah, no altering substances generally. I do like a nice meditative trance, of course, but no substances for that, needed for that. Just need about a half hour of meditative momentum. Are your drawings often greatly inspired by Doom's demons? Imp, Revenant, Architron? No. I've played Doom. Only Doom Eternal, that's the only one I've played. But no, I'm not I'm never thinking about Doom when I draw. The art team over there is awesome, though. I occasionally see like concept art from the games and things like that, and it looks dope. A25 says, that's a really interesting and thoughtful response. When I see most people talk about mastery, skill level, and the ability to convey things to others effectively is usually the focus. Yeah, skill level can't be the determinant for mastery because skill is not objective. So, you know, if you try to make mastery just about skill, it just becomes, it's like, it becomes mush, you know? It just becomes a conflict of opinions about what makes one skillful and which skills are more valuable than others. And we already did that in our history. You know, we went through periods where that was quite codified. It even spilled out into the genres. You know, we had back in the days of the French Academy, we had a literal hierarchy where people just knew, even based on what you painted, whether you were a better or worse artist. Like, it was literally like history, allegorical history paintings are the top of art. And someone who paints allegorical history paintings is a better artist objectively than a landscape painter. And it was that flat, you know, and, you know, we all collectively, we lived that long enough that we all realized, like, oh, right, that's bullshit. Of course, nowadays, nobody knows any fucking art history. So they imagine they want to go back to that, or they want to instantiate that, not knowing that we already did it. You know, they're just operating from a place of total ignorance. But, yeah, we already did all that stuff, and we just know that it doesn't pan out. It doesn't satisfy people, and it only has to happen for a generation before young people realize, like, oh, all the old farts making these decisions have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like they do, as is the prerogative of the young. And the ability to convey things to others effectively is usually the focus. See, I think for most artists, that would be essential. But the truth is that it need not be, right? Like, that is just another contingent part of art. It should be obvious to anybody here that it is possible for there to be a artist of incredible virtuosity and capacity
who works in utter darkness, and for their own satisfaction, they never share their work with anybody. And in fact, they might burn their work when it's done. And I think it's just clear to all of us that, yeah, we may have trouble imagining the motivations this person would have to get that good, but we can clearly tell it's possible, right? There's nothing keeping you from doing the projects and doing the practices and doing the million figure drawings just for yourself and never showing anybody. And you should be able to get just as good, right? Again, we may feel there's a necessary coupling of appropriate motivations that we can't quite imagine, but is it really that tied? I don't think so. You know, I can totally imagine that artist. And indeed, there may be thousands of those artists operating in the world today, and we're never going to know it, right? They're not going to tell anyone what they're doing. They're going to destroy their work, or they're going to bury it when they die or whatever. So it cannot be a required criteria that it's about communicating with others. Again, I think that would be essential for 99% of artists, but it can't be required. So that's why I say instead it's about fulfilling yourself, because obviously the hypothetical artists that I just described, for them to do that craziness, there must obviously be a deep self-fulfillment in the work for them to be okay with never showing it to anybody, right? Brubra says, do you like drawing architecture, cathedrals and such? Oh yeah. I've made most of my money as an artist drawing environments, not characters and stuff like that. I've drawn a lot of architecture in my day. Aldwan Cafe says, as an art history major, you are correct. Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, I know I'm right. Don't worry about me. Oh, I know I'm right. Don't worry. Art of Buggy says, how do you deal with the feeling that there's always a barrier between you and something you want to do in art? I always feel this way, but I know that it doesn't exist and I should just draw. You know, you're probably young. Like, you just need to get older and waste more years. You need to waste more years. A day will come where you'll look at the calendar and you'll say, oh, I really can waste 5 years like nothing. I didn't even feel it happen. It was pleasant. It was pleasant. In fact, it felt like everything was going great. It felt like I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing for those 5 years, and I wasted them. That only needs to happen once, maybe a couple times, before you scare the shit out of yourself and start prioritizing, like, let's just do the thing. We gotta make stuff. I'm not gonna be here forever, and life is gonna go rocketing by. And statistically speaking, I'm not gonna make anything. Just, you know, looking at raw statistics, I'm not gonna make anything. Most people don't make anything. Most people die with the best of them trapped in their hearts. I better get to work. It's a medicine that I think of as the truth is worse than you think. Benjamin Enemy says, "Hi, Steven. Just wanted to say thanks. Your videos have accompanied me for the last 4 years. Oh, and I've gotten much, much better at drawing. Cheers to a life of drawing." Love to hear it, Benjamin. Cheers to you. I hope you have a great drawing life. Another kid named Noah says, "Had to change my car's oil, but I have returned." That's a funny thing to have to do midstream. The New Terrain says, "Hi Zapata, today after a long time I finally bought your course, Form from Imagination." You get the course. You get the course. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I won't lie when I say that I deeply appreciate your videos and teachings. Thank you. Oh, my pleasure. I hope you enjoy the course. I am confident that it will improve your art. Enjoy, enjoy, and thank you for the support, truly. I appreciate it, the New Terrain. The New Terrain. Hi, Steven. I think the art world needs your version of the Shia LaBeouf "Just Do It" monologue. I feel like that's all I'm doing every time I stream. I mean, I don't know what would be different about it. All my streams are me basically just saying over and over again, "Just do it. Just do it. Don't you know that you're rushing headlong towards the grave? Get the art out." Hemisphere Cinema says, hope all is doing good, Sir Stephen of the Master Stephen verse. Everything's good. Oh, everything's good. Thank you, Hemisphere. Arpan says, I like this kind of stream. I can continue working while watching your stream. Great work. Oh, yeah. I don't expect anybody to just sit there watching me. This is definitely draw along material. Adriana Rose says, an art book? Oh, I'm hell excited. Yeah. It's not like a monogram. It's not like my art book. It's just a book I'm contributing to. Ayub says, so design is like writing a movie and the art fundamentals is the budget you're working with. When we talk about setting yourself up for success, it's about how you make the movie work with the budget. The analogy seems the analogy is a little hard for me to follow. The analogy is a little strained, but I'm inclined to agree, basically, yeah. This one's almost at the level I could leave it for a sketch. Couple more things. It's been about 2 hours. I'm going to take a quick break here in a minute to go get some water. Refill my water bottle, have a cookie, use the bathroom. Omar says, great curl today, Steve. Great curl. Really? I think it's laying kind of limp today, actually. It's usually a little tighter than that. Old Lucy. Do motor skills affect more than just line quality? They must. I mean, they must. So much of drawing is motor control. Drawing, especially like drawing with like a pencil or ink or something like that, I do feel is a little bit more dexterity focused than painting as a generalization. You can get quite tricky with drawing. With painting, as Richard Schmid put it, you rarely need more dexterity than you need to do your signature, you know. I think especially hatching, depending on how tricky you get with your hatching, that makes some pretty serious dexterity demands on people if you want to do a lot of hatching in your work. But it's nothing crazy. I think you could get very dexterous with your hatching with, you know, just a couple years of regular practice. And you'll be able to do a lot of very tricky things. I can feel it when I'm hatching. You know, when I'm aware of it, I realize that I do a lot of quite difficult things unconsciously and automatically when I hatch. Like, I won't even be really looking. Like, I'll kind of be looking at other parts of the drawing or stuff like that, and I can hatch, like, there'll be a large shape of shadow with a defined end, and even if I'm not really quite looking at it, I'll hatch with pretty consistent angles and little rotations to the angles, and I'll stop, like, perfectly at the contour of the shape, even if I'm not really looking at it. It's very strange. It's like, there's definitely some dexterity there, just built up muscle memory and things like that. But I just don't think painting necessarily has things like that, you know, unless you hatch when you paint, but most people don't, you know, unless you do like egg tempera or something like that. Wufo says, Steven, have you ever met an artist/student with aphantasia? No imagination. There's tons of people who feel they have aphantasia and make art, tons of people. And so yes, I've met tons of artists and students and things like that with aphantasia. Alexithymia, no awareness of emotions or able to identify them. I mean, I think there's a lot of spectrum-y overlap in the arts, and in so much as that is a spectrum-y thing, yeah. There's a lot of artists who struggle with identifying emotions, but they can still make great art. It's usually just not driven by the depiction of emotions and things like that. For the people with aphantasia and things like that, the thing I always want to ask people with aphantasia is, do you still have visual dreams? You know? It's like if you have aphantasia, but you still have visual dreams, if your dreams are not just pure sound or pure emotion with no visual aspect, then it's like you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything that other people have. You know, you still have the ability to conjure visuals that aren't reality tested, that aren't linked to, let's say, objective sensory input. If you're still having visual dreams, your mind is still just capable of that. I think that's important because I feel like aphantasia people are very, very down on themselves. And I think that it might take some of the edge off if they realize, like, oh, it's not like my brain's broken. It just doesn't do that at the same times that other people's brains do that. That said, I, for example, well, first off, let me say, if you have aphantasia and you think people are visualizing things in their head the way that people see things in their dreams, no, that's not how people are visualizing things in their head. Dreams are much more vivid than how people visualize things in their imagination. That said, I can visualize things. It feels very vivid if I sit there and I try to visualize things in my mind's eye. But I never do that when I draw, ever. I never do that when I draw. I guess my capacity to conjure a visual is probably linked to my capacity to make art in general, but it's not part of the process. And I don't think it is for a lot of artists. You know, even though I can do that, the way that I draw is that I react to what's on the page. And I don't really spend time picturing things in my mind, for the most part. And I think that that's the case for a lot of artists. So if you feel you have aphantasia, and I would be slow to label yourself with just about anything, I wouldn't give it a second thought as to going on the art journey. Like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. You know, art happens on the page, you know, not up here. That's where it really matters what's happening here. Vicente Pinho Art says, hey, Stephen, you've talked a lot about meditation here in this channel. Have you ever been able to visualize something fantastical in meditation, like a creature or something? A few things. One, I don't meditate trying to do anything visual, usually. Usually I don't try to do anything when I meditate. Occasionally I'll go through phases where I'll try specific traditional practices like metta meditation or something like that, or mantra meditation. There you're trying to do something specific, but I don't do any of the visualization practices. They do exist. Things like trying to enter the jhanas by visualizing, what do they call, the kilesas or something like that, these colored discs that you're supposed to I think you're actually supposed to look at real ones and then also conjure them in your mind's eye and things like that. But I've never done any of that. I spend enough time thinking about visuals and visualizing things. You know, drawing is a form of visualizing things. So I'm not super interested in doing it while meditation. I do, as many people do, I do experience quite often while meditating hypnagogic hallucinations. I believe that's the technical term for them. So those are basically, you can imagine it like a split second of entering dream vision. So you're not asleep. You're extremely relaxed. You know, you do have to be in an extremely relaxed state to get them, but you're not asleep. But yeah, just for a split second, you'll see something just as vividly as you do in a dream. And that's very different from, like we were just talking about with aphantasia, when I said people don't visualize things in their mind's eye with the vividness that they dream things. In a hypnagogic hallucination, you're fooled. You're seeing it like you do in a dream. It's like you're really seeing a thing in front of you with your eyes, but it's just for a split second and then it fades. I have never been able to influence what those are. Like dreams, when I have a hypnagogic hallucination, as far as I can tell, it's completely from the unconscious. It's quote unquote random, right? I don't really think anything can be truly random, but I'm just saying that I couldn't proffer a narrative reason why I would be seeing that at that moment. I've seen so much stuff. I don't know. I experience that with regularity, like a lot of meditators do, and I'll see a view out of a window, a shoe, baseball stadium, just like anything. It's just like hyper vivid, and it's like it's hyper vivid for a moment, like you're seeing it in a dream, and then it fades away into sort of like a ghostly after image. But all of this lasts, very rarely does it last longer than a second. But yes, I cannot influence those things. I've tried on occasion just out of curiosity, but I can't control what shows up at all. So certainly I can't turn it into a monster or anything like that. And when I've been under the influence of mind-altering substances, even when I've gone into those experiences kind of hoping to see a monster or something like that, because I want, just because out of curiosity, and I like drawing stuff like this, so I'm of interest of it. I just think my brain spends so much time doing this that my brain is not, it's like I get enough of it in drawing. I never see anything crazy or monstrous or anything like that, ever. It'd be cool if one day I did, but it doesn't seem, it's not really in the cards right now. My, elsewise, my hallucinations are emotional and just not very visual. Besides the classic, like, visual modifications, sacred geometry and things like that. You're looking at dirt and you're like, whoa, it's fucking weirdly ordered, isn't it? That kind of a thing. But not like seeing stuff. 825 says, I have hypophantasia. They're breaking it down now, huh? Now there's subgenres of aphantasia. So not quite the same as aphantasia. My mental imagery is extremely limited while awake, but when I dream, my dreams are incredibly vivid. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, that's always what I want to ask aphantasia people. It's like, do you see stuff when you dream? It's like, if you do, your brain is not, it's just for some reason you've got, because we all have a blocker, right? Everything that we see in dreams, we've been talking so much about dreams lately, and this is definitely on my mind because this is all dream and nightmare themed, all this art that I have to do. What you experience in dreams should theoretically be possible while you're awake, right? And certain pharmacologies seem to prove that out. But in dreams, your sensorium is just going wild with no reality checking, right? So there's some physiological process that while we're awake stops that ability, right? It says, we're awake, we're flipping this switch, visual cortex is only reacting to things with sensory input. For some reason, there's an overlap there where you can still use visual cortex to visualize things in this ghostly second monitor, right? And for some reason, aphantasia people, it seems to me, it's like if you still have visuals while you dream, then you have the exact same capacity. It's just that switch, that blocker that's controlling the degree of reality testing just seems more souped up, Marziliano Sculpt says, how how much of people who claim to have aphantasia are faking it? I doubt they're faking it, but I do think that a lot of people don't even have the requisite level of mindfulness to notice that they are experiencing mind movies when they're carried away by thought. I'll leave that there because other people who meditate will get what I mean by that, but for the non-meditators, that'll just sound like the most pretentious, rude thing I could say. But, you know, it comes from a place of realizing that I didn't have the requisite mindfulness to recognize a lot of the things that my mind was doing for years. And then meditation blew my mind and made me realize, like, oh, fuck. That was happening for most of my life, up until that point, my whole life, and I was completely unaware of it, you know? So, you know, if you know, you know. But yeah, I do wonder that. I do wonder how much of people thinking they have aphantasia is just, you're seeing tons of stuff. You just don't know, you know, you can't do it consciously, but you're so caught up in your thoughts and in your mind movies that you don't even realize they're happening. You don't realize that when you're walking around envious of somebody, you are actually generating a bunch of visuals and mind movies about sticking it to them and defeating them in a conversation at a party or something like that. And just, you know, when it ends and you're on to the next, carried on by the next thing. Art of Buggy says, I think some people with aphantasia say that they dream in words and stuff like that instead of pictures. So if someone with aphantasia is saying that honestly, then at that point, I'm like, all right, now they're like, at that point, it's like, there might be something different going on here. But I'm saying that I bet a lot of people who say they have aphantasia do still dream in visuals, right? I bet that that's not everybody. But I'm not asking to be an asshole. Like when I was asking that question, it wasn't rhetorical for me to be an asshole. Like, are you seeing things when you dream? I'm genuinely asking that question. I am interested in people. I would be interested in hearing about people with aphantasia who, like you said, dream in words and things like that. That I would certainly find fascinating because I've never had a dream that didn't have visuals, you know? I can't even quite imagine what a dream would be like without visuals. Of course, it must be possible because people born blind still dream. What are a congenitally blind person's dreams like? It's just like, I know the answer. It's the rest of the sensorium, right? But I guess in the same way that I struggle to imagine a blind person's waking experience, I struggle to imagine their sleeping experience. The difference with an aphantasia person is that they do have a visual world. They have a lot of visual information to pull on for dreaming.
A lot of interesting dream and sensation talk in the chat. Yeah, it's all very interesting to me. I'm a little behind here. I can't respond to all of this, but yeah, obviously as an artist, I'm very interested in the nature of visualization and all that. All right, I said I was going to take a little break. Yeah, we're over 2 hours now. I'm going to take a little break. I will be back in a minute or two. Going to get some water, use the bathroom, have a cookie. Oh, she's got it hot. Jesus. Winky, what are you doing?
stuff for the book.
Cool.
Ooh, easy. Oh no, don't let her in here.
No?
Ah, I guess she could be in here. She's scratching at the door earlier.
Well, I'll leave the door open.
Alright.
Okie dokie.
Goodbye, Vicente Pino. Omar says, Steven, what about laser fluid? What about it? What about it, Omar? Ramber says, if only my visual imagination was as strong as my auditory one. Huh. Baby, I can hear the music and it is crystal clear. Oh, you musicians. Actually, this thing I feel pretty clear on now. Let's work on another one of our drawings. Could work on this one. Could transfer one of these. Poke at my puppet. Puppet. Let's poke at the puppet. Or we can sketch around for another solution to the puppet theme. Lordy, 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 we love drawing. Is that a light table? Not a table, just a light panel. I thought I might transfer something on this stream, and we still might. So far I haven't. Or just take one of these, I would take one of these printouts. This is a thumbnail I did on my iPad, then print it out. I would just trace this onto my drawing paper. Don't tell me you do animation too. I do not. I have this light table for transfers. That's why I have it. Paris says, hey, Steven, I know you talk in general about improving about art, but I was wondering what you would say helped you improve the most to become emperor of the art universe. I wouldn't say it was any particular thing. I mean, I'm a very slow learner. I had no talent coming out of the box. I mean, I really think, yeah, I don't think I could say it was one particular thing that helped me improve. It's just like a slow process of trying so many different things and going down so many dead ends and getting confused and thinking through answers. No particular thing. Not the most satisfactory answer, I know, but honest, I think. The Overlander says, that right puppet head reminds me of Ringmaster from Dota 2. I don't know who that is. And I don't play Dota. But I'll take that to mean that you find the right head to be to a professional level of quality and associated with only the most iconic and world-spanning properties. The Tanga Mandapium says, did you ever compare your art with other people? How did you escape that trap? I mean, yes, I did, and I still do. It's less about escaping it completely and more changing your relationship to it. You know, I think as time goes on, you just stop taking it so seriously. It's like the comparative thoughts still emerge in my head, but I'm much less inclined to take them seriously. I just see them as random emerging thoughts that don't really mean much. Because it doesn't make sense. I mean, after a long time has gone by, you do realize that it doesn't make sense to compare yourself to other people. It's like you don't want to make the art of other people. And you don't really know anything about them. Like, I don't know. Once you've been doing art for a long time and you've met a lot of artists, you've talked to a lot of artists. I mean, it's really dark to say, but this is just an example of like the kind of stuff. It's like you realize like, why am I gonna be jealous or compare myself to work that I know the intense amount of suffering the artist had to be going through to produce the work or to want to produce that work, right? It's like, okay. You do eventually need to grow up and see that that's what's going on with art, and you just stop comparing so much. It's like, wow, am I really going to sit here comparing myself and being jealous of the work that this person made because of a particular like childhood trauma that they're trying to parse? No, you don't do that. It's like, you've got nothing to do with that. Sean says, Stephen, would you say you'd have trouble explaining the decision-making process of drawing? A lot of artists say they draw intuitively and couldn't explain how they do stuff, but for me, it's the opposite. I could explain the overarching concepts. That's not complicated to me. Moment-to-moment decision-making, like it depends where you mean decision-making. Like, yeah, moment-to-moment decision-making would be quite... I don't know if it would be difficult to do. I think it's difficult to find the context where that's possible, you know? I don't know. Some artists really come more from the place of just like having really natural talent or virtuosity for certain things. And those artists I do think often have trouble putting into words how they do things. They're often the people that I hear being like, well, you just do it, right? It's like, well, of course you think that. You never had to construct that ability from scratch, right? I don't have that. I had to construct all of my abilities from scratch, so I feel like I can explain the concepts behind all of them. Joe says, what music is this? Peaceful and fantastical AF. This whole stream we've been playing the Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack. So you're probably also having a Pavlovian reaction to our old days of playing it. Joe says, fuck, I gotta finish that game. Me too. I hope we can go back together sometime. Finish it. That's a game I've always wanted to go back and get all the way through. Especially every time I play the soundtrack on stream, I'm always like, damn. I would love to just find out where it goes, you know? But damn, what a time sink. Josh Wright says, I've always wondered if you've had an experience of putting something into your art then realizing it doesn't belong there. Much love and thanks for all your great ideas in art, of course. In individual pieces, yeah, all the time. Sometimes you throw something in there and then when you reevaluate the themes and the composition, you realize, I'm just fluffing it. Doesn't need to be there. Happens all the time. In a broader sense, have I put things in my practice that didn't need to be there? Oh my God, so many times. And they have tripped me up in so many ways. And a lot of the YouTube videos on this channel are basically an inventory of things that I found I was unnecessarily adding to my practice. And then I transmute my personal experience with that into a scathing excoriation against the listener from doing the same to themselves. There's obviously a limit because we can't conceive of every possible decision when it comes to shapes, etc. But I mean more like justification for the positioning of lines in relation to others. Oh yeah, I mean, I think I could do that, even on a very detailed level of assessment, but I don't know. It would get very complicated very quickly. Like here, like the few lines I'm drawing here, explaining everything that goes into them, it'd be like a short essay, right? I'd be like, well, this is supposed to be deltoid shaped, and now let me explain, you know, the deltoid's overall basic form as a platonic ideal deltoid, and then we'll explain how that gets edited as the deltoid gets rotated in different positions in perspective, and then here's why I believe it's shaped like it would make this contour at this particular view in perspective. And then let's not forget that it's a monstrous deltoid, so we're making these modifications. And then, oh, it's also a puppet monstrous deltoid, so we're gonna make these modifications. And yeah, then that results in it. It's like, yeah, I could get there, but damn, I'd be talking about a lot of stuff. Be talking about a lot of stuff and taking people all through art, through anatomy, through design. Like I said, it's difficult to imagine a context where that would be appropriate. You know, drawing is so deep that it's like, you know, you're really kind of bringing all of your abilities to bear on everything every time that you draw. Logan says, hey, Steven, I only draw with pen, but I kind of want to start with pencil. What should I do differently? Oh, don't overthink it. That's what you should do. Just grab a pencil and get going. Go nuts. If you really feel lost, you can just try to treat the pencil like a pen to start. Like, just don't change a thing. Like, try to make the translation as direct as possible. Like, if you do only hatches and dots with your pen, just do only hatches and dots with your pencil and see how far you can get. I do like those bundles of strings in between the joints. I do like that. That's getting me excited. I'm becoming excited. Look at your body. A painted puppet. A poor toy of jointed parts, ready to collapse. A diseased and suffering thing, with a head full of false imaginings. This puppet has some Lies of P vibes. Oh, that would be a good ref for this stuff. I mean, I only played like the first 20 minutes of Lies of P, so I can't really see a lot, but if I like poked around on the Wikipedia or something, I could probably find some cool references for puppet designs here. Does anyone know off their top of their head in Lies of P, is there any like transmogrified? It's a puppet. It's all puppet pieces, but it's like, it's still doing like the monstrous Cthulhu style body transmogrification thing. Is there any puppets like that in Lies of P? Paris says, you say you have not natural talent, but even your younger art, I think in your late teens, was very good. That's very sweet to say, but just, you know, I don't need to be made to feel better about my past art. You know, I'm perfectly happy to give it a sober analysis. And just on the scale of what talent actually looks like for the people who have it, you know, I did not. I did not. I emphatically did not. And I don't care. I never cared. Things worked out all right for me. And even if it takes a while, I've proven to myself that I can, through understanding and great artistry, gain any skill that I really want. So I just don't care. It doesn't reflect on my, like, it doesn't matter to my ego to admit that I had no talent when I was young, you know? It's like, I can do the things I want to do now. That's way more important than whether or not I had talent at some arbitrary time in the past. Joss Chauknupe says, when/if OpenAI disintegrates, can we expect a celebratory stream? Oh my god, yeah. Some of you may have been on the occasional secret dancing stream in the past. We will have a dancing stream for the ages the day OpenAI dissolves. So long as it's not a Hydra situation and 3 more heads have already emerged to take their place. What does matter to your ego? What does matter to my ego? Well, what am I comfortable admitting matters to my ego on to a bunch of people on the internet? What does matter to my ego? I mean, I feel like all the usual stuff that people get. I fall into it like anybody else does, you know? Like I can't run as far and as fast as I used to be able to run. Getting older, stuff like that. Even though I never did like races or anything like that. I always just ran for myself. Even with that, found just noticing, you know, on the track or on the treadmill, like, yeah, I just get so much more tired so quickly now. It's like that did hurt my ego. I was a little surprised by that. With art stuff, what hurts my ego? Well, I mean, just as I say on here all the time, like all the stuff that we talk about here, I suffer from it all too. All the same things that you guys are going through. I think that when you've been doing it for a very long time, it's just like, do I get envious? You know, does envy of other people hurt my ego? Yes. I just think it lasts much less than it used to, you know? It's like I can go through the whole envy cycle with another artist in the space of about 13 seconds, and then it's done, you know, and it's over, and it doesn't. And we all know that, you know, it's actually quite possible to have an envy cycle with another artist basically define your year or something like that. Like it can really, you can truly spiral out on it. And, it is blessedly rare and a little more difficult for me to spiral out on it now. How do you keep yourself motivated to draw consistently? I don't feel I have to self-motivate much. As I talk about a lot on these streams, I want to draw. You know, that'd be like asking me, like, how do you keep yourself motivated to play video games? I experience that question the exact same. Like, how do you guys get motivated to play video games? Like, probably like me, you're like doing dishes and you're like just daydreaming and you're like, damn, that game I saw that trailer for, shit, that game looks pretty good. You know, fuck, I wish I could play that right now. Like, oh, maybe I'll get that next week. You know, I could have a little time. Like, and you just naturally start doing that. I do that with video games, and I also do that with drawing. Just be doing dishes or doing other stuff, and I'll be like, man, I bet if I moved my hand this way and pushed the graphite like this, and I did that on this kind of paper, I bet I would get this effect. Shit, would that work? Oh man, I got to get up to the studio as the first chance I get. I'm gonna try that. Like that narrative is happening in my brain constantly, all the time. And it's with technique stuff, like I said there, and it's also with like subject stuff. Like, oh, you know, I bet if I drew a puppet where it's like a puppet, but it's as, you know, it's a transmogrified puppet, but it's as if all the pieces were intentional. Like, it's not like there's bio coming out of the puppet. It's like someone glued all these puppet pieces together to make a monster, and then that was animated. Like, yeah, I bet that would be like that. Like, with the same excitement and energy as, I don't know, like everybody feels about just something they want to do for fun, about like video games. Like I said, it's just that, you know, I never need to motivate myself to draw consistently. If I'm totally lacking in motivation, if I don't have that fun drive, I don't force it, you know? If I'm not excited about a piece or a project, you know, I'll check in with myself and say, would I be excited to just do some figure drawing today? Because I do love figure drawing, right? And often I'll at least be able to do that, you know, just pull up some references and draw the body, which I love. But if I really just, none of it's dragging me, I've been doing this long enough that I just don't fucking do it. I don't feel the need to like lash myself to the drawing table. I really feel, after all the experiences that I've had and, the, you know, talking to so many artists and students and things like that, like, it's not good for you. I think in the long run, that actually fucks things up. So I don't do it. I don't do it to myself. And I don't worry about it. I have confidence that whatever else I'm going to do, it's, you know, my whole life, like all of you, my whole life is my art. So if I go do something else, you know, I just have a deep confidence that at some point it'll get back into art. If I really don't feel motivated to draw, I just go read or something. Like, I love reading. Reading inspires my art all the time. So yeah, I just never have to force myself to do it. It's like, I'll just go read. I almost always want to read. I almost always want to draw. It'd be rare to find a time where I want to do neither, you know? Joe says, LOL, human things. Yeah. I was showing my power level there when I said, you know, what hurts my ego? Human stuff, you know, human stuff. Hello, fellow humans. Every day I hope to find the same joy in drawing as you clearly do. You can. You inspire me to focus on what matters in life. You can find it. Drawing is so joyful. If you just let go of all the bullshit and ask the art to help you, it will. And it'll find the joy for you and hand it to you on a silver platter. Art of Buggy says, LMAO, I was stuck on Ahmed Al-Duri for like 4 years. Do you mean in reference to being envious to another artist and it dominating your year? Instead of doing the envy cycle in about 13 seconds. Stuck on Ahmed Al-Duri for 4 years. Yeah, so you know what it's like. Try living with the guy. Try being Ahmed's roommate. Imagine that level of envy. Now there was living with Ahmed, working side by side with him for years. It was like, I was either going to get over envy or die trying. I was either going to defeat envy or find a way to excise it from my life. Go with the excising. Could you take Marko Djurdjevic in a fight? He's pushing 50 nowadays. I doubt it. Doesn't he powerlift now in his 50s? He may be 50, but I'm no spring chicken. I'm 35, and I don't do any powerlifting. More of a cardio guy, like that Hannibal Buress joke. I can get my ass beat for a really long time. It's gonna take me a long time to get gassed while Marco's beating my ass. Where did my stump go? Art of Buggy says, yup, I watched his first sketchbook tour and just started spiraling. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I mean, like all of you guys, I still get the pangs of envy and jealousy. Through introspection and thinking it through and just really analyzing this stuff, I really changed my relationship to it, you know? I can't feel like deeply envious for an extended period of time because through analysis, I've found that it really is deeply silly. Like I've finally accepted, not just conceptually, but in my heart, that it's deeply silly. And so it can't obtain to the same level, you know? Sorry, I'm just looking at another piece of art that I did where I drew a puppet. Action Gamer Zero says, "What do you think about so many big studios hiring only influencers? What do you mean? What about independent artists? How they get hired? What do you mean hiring only influencers? I don't think studios hire influencers for the most part. To do like design work? Are we talking about like video game studios and stuff like that? I don't think they hire influencers. They're probably disinclined to hire influencers. I think most commercial work out there is being done by quiet, under the radar artists for the most part. Yes, video game studios? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're looking at like marketing videos or something like that. It's like maybe they hired an influencer to do like a promotional video or something, but no, I mean, if you go into a studio, I mean, if you go into a studio, you'll definitely have the experience of walking in there and meeting a bunch of artists who are like some of the best artists in the world, and they have no social media presence. Like, you've never heard of them. It's a very common thing. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know what you've been seeing. Tell me more. If you have some examples or something. Maybe I'm thinking about your question the wrong way, but yeah, I don't think studios have any special love for influencers. It's like when they're hiring artists, it's still just the skills, you know? It's can they do the job or not? And that's all studios care about. They don't care how many followers they have on Instagram or anything like that. I mean, there's a lot of artists with huge social media followings that they can't get a job. You know, it's just their work just works well on social media. And you would think, you know, because they have hundreds of thousands of followers and stuff like that, you would think that they must be professional artists. And they don't talk about all that, but if you ask them, you find out, no, they have a different job. They're not professional artists. They're super popular and all that, but they're anything else, you know? There's lots of artists like that. Any update about Leonardo? No. I don't have it. I'm not in contact with the developer or anything. If there was an update coming or anything, he wouldn't have told me or anything like that. Is this 11 by 14? Yes. I think you got it exactly right. This is, yeah, 11 by 14. I always like to draw a little bigger. Feel very constricted on a, like a letter size, 8 by 10 or 8 by 11, 8.5 by 11. The Ralph says, Steven, I want to pursue 4 or 5 key endeavors with my art. The conventional advice seems to be to give up all but one and become great at it. But at what point does that just reduce you as a person? I like that outlook. Right away it reduces you as a person. Don't let them make you small, Ralph. Don't let them make you small. Fight for your bigness. Joe Grant says, quick question. In December, I got back into reading manga and found that even though it was a super busy work month, I was drawing more consistently than the previous month. I paused on reading for a few weeks and checked my timer records and realized that I let work tire me out again, so I was drawing less. Then today, I picked back up the manga and read just 1 chapter, and even though I had a long work day today, I'm back drawing. I keep thinking that can't be the case, that I'm getting fuel from just reading. Should I just stop being difficult and listen to my body, or just call it happenstance? Yeah, well, what's confusing you about it? I mean, you're just getting inspired, right? I just think you're inspired. I'm always much more juiced to make art when I've been reading a lot. You know, it could be as simple as reading manga puts you in a good mood. And then we're all more inclined to make art when we're in a good mood. Could be as simple as that. Yeah, I don't find anything mysterious about it. You're just keeping yourself inspired. Makes sense. It just feels so direct that it's laughable. Yeah, I mean, you know, all of us have the part of us that is an artist and the part of us that is a fan, right? And the part of you that is a fan is probably a big part of what got you into art. So it's always going to be there, and you'll need to nurture it. So I was looking at some pictures of marionettes, trying to see, are there little holders for the strings and things like that? There are. On some of them. I don't know all of them. Oh, I see. All right, Action Gamer says, I mean, studios hiring only influence recommendation from already working in studio. We apply in LinkedIn or official website, they don't reply. Okay, I see what you're saying. So not like influencers, not like necessarily people with a lot of followers on social media. You mean, I think what you're getting at is concept art, what's typically called contact work. Like, it's less about applying and more about knowing people. And the answer to that is yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I wish I could tell you something more comforting, but it is. You can be so absurdly good that you know nobody and you get the gig, but you've got to be really insanely fucking good. You've got to be really honest with yourself about what your skill level is at. Not just your skill level, but do you really make interesting work? Are you obsessed with being skillful, but you forgot that you're a concept artist? Are you actually having cool concepts? And usually if you're really that rocketingly good, you do wind up making friends and making contacts, because other extremely skillful people will, they'll respect it and they'll wind up reaching out, no matter where you post, they'll reach out on social media and stuff like that, and you'll have contacts. But that aside, is concept art contact work? Yes, absolutely. These are not normal jobs. Don't forget that these are just not normal jobs. They may look like normal jobs when HR people have had to put them up on, LinkedIn or Monster and, try to boil down what is essentially an impossible artistic skill set into some bullet points as if it was some casual shit that anyone could learn how to do. But that is just an illusion of corporate America, or the corporate world in general, not just America. But it's an illusion. No, what this really is these are incredibly desirable, highly cloudy jobs that there's very, very few of. And so, of course, people are going to want to give them to their friends, not strangers. And probably, yes, at a much higher rate than people would with other jobs. These are very, very coveted, very bull-guarded jobs. Most people who become concept artists, they don't do it at a bunch of places. They stay a concept artist at the one place that let them do it, because it's just not a normal job. It's not a normal job. If you find a place that will let you do it full time, it sounds like that's what you're looking for because you're applying it, people stick with it because they're like, shit, I might never get another chance to do this. Soft nepotism? I guess if you want to call it that, but it's not really, is it really nepotism? I mean, it's not nepotism strictly construed. It's contact work. It's contact work. There's a lot of jobs that are just contact work, it's the specific kind of thing where a contact job is a specific kind of job that just by its parameters and the way that it's perceived and what needs to get done, you're just not going to be inclined to trust it to a stranger. You're going to want to ask someone and have them say, this person can do the job. Trust me. Oh, I've known this person for a long time. They can do the job. It's just the way it is, Concept artists and designers in general, again, it's a very desirable job, but it's also a very risky job. You're dealing with properties that people want to invest a lot of money into, and it's not the kind of thing people want to give to a stranger. They need something to make them feel like this is a safe bet. It's never a safe bet, but they want to feel that way. I mean, most of my opportunities have come through contacts, through exactly that. Just people knew me and they recommended me for the job. I think the only like thing of substance that I've gotten just off of applying with no recommendation was when I worked on Elder Scrolls Online. That I just applied to a job listing. Everything else has been through contacts, if I remember correctly. Or like at least some version of it, kind of like. All right, so what are the times where it didn't? So most stuff, yes, contact recommendation, someone directly recommending me. all starting, most of it, if you go way back, just contacts through school, friends I made at school. That's why I always say, if you're thinking of going to art college, the main thing most people would be going for is friends. So don't neglect friends. There's very few schools that are great at teaching art, so unless you're going to one of those, really focus on your friends. Elder Scrolls Online, I just applied online. I got that job. Though I did find out after I got the job that someone on the team did go to Art Center. That's where I went to school. I didn't know them personally, but I always wondered, was that enough to get like more attention on my resume or something like that? Did they know me and I didn't know them? I don't know, and I never asked about it. I just found out that they also went to Art Center, and I never prodded them about that or anything. I was working remote, so it's not like I was being weird or cagey. It was just there was never a natural time at lunch or something for me to ask them about that. They were working in the studio. I was working remote on a long contract, but as far as I know, it was just from the app. I once got a job that I did for quite a while at an advertising studio. I got that job because someone saw me on Modern Day James's podcast, and they looked up my work. It was an art director, someone working at the advertising agency here in New York, saw me on the podcast, watched the podcast, looked at my work, and then it fit with kind of exactly with what they needed to do at the time, and they called me. So that's not, it's like James didn't recommend me. He wasn't working with them, but it was kind of like, I guess they were a big fan of James and they liked his channel, and I guess that lended some legitimacy to me, Those are the two that I remember being very not from contacts, But that second one is pretty debatable, I would say. Yeah, like Joe says, you have to be related for it to be nepotism. Yeah. And design work is just, it's coveted, it's cloudy, it's desirable. People guard the jobs and they give them to their friends. I mean, really, would we expect anything else? It's just the way it is. It's so creative, it's not even a very technical position anymore. It's like very creative. So it's, that makes the situation even worse. If it was more technical, it would be more, I think it would be less, recommendation-y. I don't know what word to use, but, concept art in particular is not so much a technical position anymore. If it ever was. By that I mean it's not like 3D modeling, which is highly technical. So 3D modeling, I think 3D modeling definitely runs a lot on recommendations and stuff like that as well. It's a bit contact work, but less so, because the technical aspects mean that it's much easier to just prove from nothing that you can do the job requirements, right? You can show, all right, I can make a game ready model because I can show you it's in the engine running optimized, and I can show you how many, polys I eventually needed to finish it, and you can see that the materials look good, and I can show you my nodes and my UVs and my retopo. Like, you can just prove all that stuff, and concept art is not really like that. It's idea based, So. I think I want to redesign these heads to something a little weirder, but I don't want it to feel like I want it to feel like a person, like a regular person. I don't want it to be like a jester or something like that, but I want something a little more off. I'm looking at marionettes on my other screen. They're so odd. They're odd little things. Awful, awful, odd little things. Very funny, Paris. Paris says, hey, Steven, how much better at drawing do you think I'll be if I draw for 30 minutes a day and watch 4 hours of art tip videos? Very funny. I honestly think at the risk of pissing off any of my friends who make art tip videos, I honestly think you'd be better off. I know you're joking, right? But just to branch off from the hypothetical, I honestly think your art would probably come out better if you didn't watch the 4 hours of art tips and you replace it with almost anything else. Like do 4 hours of learning, what's the anatomy of trees, how do trains work, like learn anything else. And that would probably be better for you than watching 4 hours of art tips. Like filling your head with art tips usually just, the effect it has for most people is that it paralyzes them. It just gives them too much to think about and then they can't draw freely, which is kind of the whole point, right? Pretty essential. So I actually think it would have the adverse effect. It would make you worse, much worse. Just give you a bunch of stuff to be neurotic about. Suck all the joy out of drawing. Do 4 hours of animal documentaries. Just whatever else interests you. 4 hours of good philosophy videos for me, thanks. Or some good science vids. That always inspires me. Demon of Hell Anime Studio says, any red flags you could give for spotting dangerous art advice? Just anything that puts you in a box is always dangerous. Any of the art advice that says you must do this, you must do that. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. It's like there's just so much art advice that is just, it preys on your insecurities, you know? Like how much art advice starts with any good artist must be good at this. It's like that's already, you know, they're wrong. We can ignore them. It's like, look at your favorite artists. Are they all great at everything? No, of course not. Of course they're fucking not. And that's when the angel of art descended and blessed Stephen with the holy badge of being the smartest art boy who has the best advice. And Stephen put the badge on his chest and he immediately ascended to art heaven. And he's up there with Michelangelo and that weirdo Da Vinci and Raphael, who's pretty cool, I guess, and Georgia O'Keeffe. I mean, come on, she was awesome. It's all a minute. Oh, Rothko's here. Well, I have to admit I'm a little surprised, but I suppose it was mostly revolutionary. And oh, there's Duchamp. Okay, can't say I agree, but I guess I kind of get what's going on around here. I'd be in art hell for sure. For sure. Joss says, that video of yours talking about finding joy in art first actually inspired me a lot, to the point that I made my own video covering it to convey it to my community. Love it. I'm glad it helped. Dean says, hi Stephen, I struggle a lot with sticking to design criteria, anything that isn't doodling and improvising. How do I improve at it so I can make personal projects and better manage assignments? I mean, you have to practice it, you know? You put yourself on project over and over and over again, and you get through it. You know, try to make your projects manageable. You know, I always advise starting with an MVP, that's a minimum viable product. So ask the universe for an idea. And we could talk for a whole day about ways to ask it, but that's the core, right? Ask the cosmos for an idea. Ask and ye shall receive, right? When you ask, whatever intuitively seems to return. If the universe wants you to do weird things for the idea, do them. Be strange. You're an artist. You're already strange. Don't worry. You're lying to yourself. You're trying to tell yourself you're normal. You're not. You're a fucking weirdo. We all are. Go be strange. Go draw in the sand in your backyard, build castles out of leaves, you know, jar ants and then pour them onto the castle and watch them eat the castle. Do whatever it takes. I don't care, right? Let yourself be weird. You never have to tell anybody. You can lie when they catch you. Just go as far out as you can to follow the intimations that the universe gives you for how to get the idea. When you get the idea, let it be big. We can't resist. There's no other option, right? But go huge. Have your megalomaniacal episode. Just have the biggest idea ever.
grow it out, blow it out, blue sky, as big as possible, I'm Kentaro Miura, whatever. And then the first step after that explosive emotional thing should be taking the big idea and opening a text document and writing an MVP, the minimum viable product. What is the smallest, most miserly, most sad to deliver version of this idea that if you delivered it, even if you would be very, very sad, would still be the idea? Write that down and then work your ass off to deliver that tiny, miserable version of the idea. Because I promise you, for 99% of artists, delivering the miserable little MVP will be too hard. They'll struggle to even do that. And it will take a gargantuan effort just to deliver the MVP. But you do that. And you do that over and over and over and over again. And as you gain experience with that, you'll embroider all of the intervening steps with your own process and your own preferences and things like that. But that's where I think most people should start. Now, mind you, I should say, when you do the MVP, you're not killing the big version of your idea. I'm saying that if you can do the huge version, you do it, right? But you have the MVP clear, written out. That's the goal. And you go for that and you say, well, that should be easy. Once I hit that, I'm allowed to just blow it out with everything else that I want to add. The 1,000 environments, the 800 characters, the personal Wikipedia page of world building, everything. The huge supernova of creative output. It's all allowed. You're not killing it. It's all on the table. You're going to do it all. You just need to do the MVP first. Let's see. Let's see. Steven, how does one deal with flipping between thinking you're going to be one of the greatest artists ever and thinking you're a piece of shit that will never make anything worth minutes apart? Well, Alexandria Lunens, suppressing consciousness is an essential human skill. We might say it might be the primary human skill. We all do it. So there's no shame in saying, well, we all do this anyway. There's no one alive who doesn't suppress their consciousness to some degree. So I'm going to suppress consciousness of the possibility that I will fail and be a piece of shit. And I will instead focus on the possibility that I will be the greatest ever. That is the answer short of therapy, Life's not easy, man. And people have different temperaments. Like, to some degree, we're gonna get. This might sound really black-pilled, and it is, but I don't mean it to be super negative. But it's just like, well, let's see. Alexandria says, going from, oh, this unlocks everything to, wow, I don't know anything in the span of several seconds. I mean, that just sounds like your temperament, and we can move the needle on our temperament. We can. You could go to therapy. You can meditate a lot. Be very mindful of your patterns. But some patterns are really just part of our personality. They really are. And to a certain degree, the only option is acceptance. The only option is acceptance. We're contingent beings. We have genetics and life experiences, and we're determined beings. The way that we are and the way that we act is the result of everything that came before us and the state of the cosmos in the split second before, and the sum total of, like I said, all of our personal experiences, all of our thoughts, fears, genetics, everything like that. It's the way you are. It's the way you are. The thing is that you don't need to take that stuff serious. There might be no getting rid of it. There might be no changing it. It may just be you to some extent, but you don't need to take it serious. You never need to take it serious. Anything like that, you never need to take it serious. There is a way to step back and just laugh at the way that you flit from one emotion to the other instead of being burdened by them. And that's probably my best recommendation for you. As much as you can, try to get back, or try to take that step back and just have some good humor about yourself. I see I've missed a bunch of questions up here. Networking is another skill one needs to learn. Absolutely. Well, I talked about that with the contact work stuff. Demon of Hell Anime Studio says, is your curly hair natural? Yes. That's fun. Yeah, I'm not getting perms, but I say that like that's weird. But now with young guys, everybody's got the curly haircut now, right? So I guess it's a total. I don't know. How are young guys getting that curly haircut that they used to hate so much? When I was a kid, people wanted to make fun of me for my big curly hair. Now it's like you see a gang of teenage boys walking down the street. There's like 30 of them. They all have the exact same curly haircut. So now that I think about it, they must all be getting perms, right? Or is there some new, or maybe not. Some youth, tell me, is it a norm now for guys to get perms, or is there like some new Dyson hair dryer that just makes it totally easy to get curly hair if you have stray hair? It's probably just, knowing the way life goes, it's probably just a total norm for young guys to get perms now. Whereas when I was growing up, teenage boy in Queens, if anyone found out, if you got a perm, which I don't know any guys who got perms, but if you got a perm and anyone found out, you'd be on death watch. Like, you'd better be careful walking home. People were probably gonna try to kill you over that. Oh man, life is crazy. Creative role and remote, that's ideal. Was that in reference to working on Elder Scrolls? It was good times. For me, again, it's different temperaments. It wasn't super ideal for me. I found myself feeling isolated. It was creative, it was remote, but I don't know. I've been working remote since well before the pandemic. I started working remote back in 2016. And I don't know, it's just not special for me, really. It's I get the benefits and all that, but after you've done it for a very long time, and if you're not just a total introvert, it's like, it feels isolating. I miss people. I get to missing people. There's an energy there. Is simplifying structure important for beginners to learn? Yes, but not forever. Like, I always say, like, any of those modalities, you put them on, you try them on, you wear them for a while, and then once you've grasped the concept, seriously, once you have the concept, like, at all, you go back to drawing naturally. You absolutely go back to drawing naturally. You just draw the way that you naturally do with no other thoughts in your head. That's always what you need to return to. You don't want to affect the way that you draw with all these rigid constraints and things like that. Just draw natural. It's like once you've learned the concept from putting the training wheels on for a bit, it's in your own conscious and it will influence the drawings even if you just draw naturally. But we always want to go back to the natural. It's the natural. That's where you are in the art, and that's always what we need to prioritize. Demon of Hell, I have not had that problem with Nightshade. That's an odd one. Do you have an AMD graphics card by any chance? Alexandria Ludin says, do you think there's something like anti-talent starting with minus infinite art stats at birth instead of 0? Definitely. But those people don't become artists. They don't want to become artists. I think if you want to become an artist, that is basically a self-selecting set where you don't have that particular ailment. But yeah, there's tons of people in the world who just have no creativity, none, and yes, for all intents and purposes, minus infinite art stats. Some of them are totally self-aware about that, and I mean, I know people like this. They're totally self-aware about that, and if they have a taste for art, they're big fans, and if they have resources, they become patrons. You know, they become patrons of the arts, and the world needs that too. But yeah, there's tons of just. We take it for granted, you know, like artists tend to have a very granola woo-woo view of the world, and we definitely lean towards that ethos of like, everyone's an artist when they're a kid, you know, the trick is staying an artist, and we all draw when we're kids. It's like, yeah. But no, not everybody is creative. You know, you just haven't scratched the surface on enough people if you think that. We are very creative, and so like anyone, we start from the place where we assume everybody's like us, right? It's like that's the water that we swim in, and so it's just a given for us, but it's just not the case for everybody. Yuri Huang says, Steven, how do you define draftsmanship? People do define it many different ways. For me, what draftsmanship is the design part of drawing. A lot of people would disagree with that. The most common other definition I see for draftsmanship is your ability to draw, like your ability to communicate clearly with your drawings. I don't consider that draftsmanship. I have a broader view of draftsmanship. To me, the ability to communicate clearly with your drawings, to design them so they're hyper clear, is a different skill I call VisCom, which I call it that because that's what they called it in the school system that I was in, short for visual communication. And it's pretty well codified. It comes from design, and designers have been working on VisCom for a very long time because designers more than anybody, sorry, I'm mixing my words here because a lot of people design. Industrial designers. VisCom comes from industrial designers who needed to draw things like cars or tables so clearly that you could look at one of their drawings and kind of know how to build it, right? So industrial designers have done a lot of work to codify and get techniques for VisCom established. And to me, that is like the apex of clarity thinking. It winds up highly stylized, actually, because stylization can help a lot with clarity. Draftsmanship, for me, is broader because you can design your drawings to be hyper clear, or
You can intentionally design your drawings to be very confusing. And both are legitimate and both require design decision making and design thinking. So for me, draftsmanship encompasses the whole spread of different ways that you would design the way that you draw to achieve your particular ends, and your alacrity and ability within that realm, and to swing back and forth between all those different things. So to me, that's draftsmanship. It's the design part of drawing, separate from purely the technique side of drawing, or the replicating references side of drawing. It's the part of drawing that has to do with modifying things, pushing things, getting your opinion into things. That's draftsmanship. How effectively can you insert your opinion into the way that you draw? And raw clarity is a separate realm called VisCom, that I think of as VisCom, visual communication. Now I want a VisCom book. There's tons of them. Famous ones are, what's it called? I think it's just called Sketching for Industrial Designers. That's a pretty famous one. It was in the bookstore back when I went to design school. It's either called Sketching for Industrial Designers or Sketching for Designers. The cover is like a bunch of marker sketches of like toasters or something like that. Scott Robertson's book, How to Draw, would count as a VisCom book, but it's way more technical than something like Sketching for Designers, because he was making a very specific book for a very specific era that I honestly think we have moved on from. So I think probably at this point, something like an old classic like Sketching for Designers is probably more appropriate. A lot of like car design books would count as good VisCom books. Any like How to Draw Cars book that's drawn by an actual like car designer, someone who works in transportation design, it's probably a good VisCom book. Yeah, anything from the industrial design side of things would be good VisCom knowledge. Good night, Joey. Enjoy your sleep, my sweet prince. As you close your eyes and you're about to fall asleep, just imagine me floating down to you in the dark, wearing a very sheer gossamer fabric and just giving you the lightest little peck right in the middle of your forehead. And as soon as my lips touch your forehead, you're asleep. You're deeply asleep. As soon as the little peck hits your forehead, you're out, completely asleep. Deep sleep. So asleep. So like designing the way you draw, is that different from style or voice? It's not really different from style. It is different from voice, because I think voice involves more of your personal outlook on the world. There would be overlap there, but I think there's elements of voice that lay even outside of draftsmanship. I think like, you see, I think voice encompasses a lot of like, how you approach creativity broadly, right? Like, I think your voice includes, do you think of creativity more objectively? Do you think of it more mushy? Is it more intuitive for you? Things like that. I think that would be part of someone's voice. And I think that's it feels like it's a little outside of the purview of draftsmanship. Alexandria says, is there a rate of improvement below which would indicate the congenital art debuff is present? No. I'm serious when I said that if you are interested in art, you don't have that. I think the congenital art debuff would only be present in people who aren't interested in making art. It's like the fact that you want to make art means you don't have it. The fact that you want to make art automatically proves there's some capacity for it. If you're confused by that, you need to meet some truly uncreative people. Once you've really met one and really had a revealing conversation with them, you'll think back to this conversation with me and you'll say, "Oh, right. Now I get it." Right. 825 says, then how would you define rendering? Rendering isn't really a thing. I think of rendering as almost a misnomer. Rendering is just what you do to show form. So I don't define rendering. I just think about form. You know, form is one of the elements of art. So that's my only concern. Form is an element of art. Whatever you do to show form in whatever way that you are working is how you render. That's the act of rendering. I don't really like rendering too much as a term because it's very comes off very clinical, whereas I don't find rendering and shading clinical. I find it fun and exciting and relaxing. To me, rendering just feels like sketching, you know? It doesn't feel like a different thing. Good night, Damien. Alexandria says, thank you. You have no clue how much that means. I often come to your videos to just calm down about my art worries. Oh, well, I'm glad I can help with that. I should get into that non-duality stuff you talk about frequently. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you should. All right, I think that's a good base for that. Any break from this one? I'll go back to the other one. Have you seen Whiplash? How do you feel about that level of obsession? I think Whiplash is a great movie. I would not recommend anybody actually be that way. But if you're going to be that way, you're not going to let me saying that deter you. So it kind of doesn't matter, right? Great movie, though. I love movies like that. My favorite subgenre of movies is teacher and student. Just like two people locked in like a conflict about an art form is like my favorite. Surprise! Why would that be, right? But it's one of my favorite things. One of my favorites in that genre is The Prestige by Christopher Nolan. Two magicians obsessed with the art form trying to outdo each other. I saw another one of those recently that I liked. What was it? I remember my wife making fun of me because when it ended, I was like, oh, I loved it. And she's like, of course you did. It's your favorite genre. What was it? Hi, Colin Gallagher. What would be line-based artists or contour-based artists? I've been watching some old Proco videos with you recently. Who would be a line-based artist? Like Egon Schiele? I'm trying to think of like who's really strictly line, you know? A lot of the more graphic ink artists, I feel like, are very strongly line, you know, like that's a little debatable. I feel like Sergio Topi is very, very line focused, line first for everything. It's like there's no real reason to like force someone into a box, right? Like everyone has a mix of things in their art, but just to make the point, you know, trying to call out a few people. Claire Wenling, I feel like, is definitely more on the line side. She does do little bits of hatching and shading here and there in a lot of her sketches, but I think it mostly lives off the line. But she's probably the greatest living drafts person, so she's a difficult one to assess off of. Was the movie Tar? I that wasn't the one I was thinking of, but I did like Tar. All those movies where someone obsesses about their art, it's like, it's just such I'm such an easy customer for those, because that's like my that's like my only real life experience besides tragedies. My only real life experience is obsessing about an art form. So it's like one of the few things I can directly relate to in movies and art. If you were to make a cult, what would you call it? Something really inconspicuous so that we don't get caught. I would call it just like Network Solutions Incorporated or something like that. Like something that would never draw any attention. It'd be like a church called Network Solutions Incorporated. Will Yo Arts is finally able to catch a stream. Welcome. Have you read or listened to The Courage to be Disliked or The Courage to be Happy? It's about Adlerian psychology through the lens of a Socratic dialogue. What is it? I've never heard of Adlerian psychology. No, I haven't heard of those books. In terms of the courage to be disliked, I always try to remind students, like, there's no way you're going to be the only artist in history where everybody likes your art. It is guaranteed, no matter how good you get, that your art just isn't going to be for some people. No matter how good you are, some people are going to hate your art. Given that that's guaranteed, given that that is guaranteed to be the case, you might as well not care that anybody hates your art now. What's the point? Just accept it now. David Carrario says, I discovered such a nice artist last day. She's called Tatiana Kuprianova. I think I know her. Pretty sure I know who you're talking about. She has such a nice touch. Yeah, she has really good work. If I'm thinking of the right person, yeah, she's great. I heard in a 4-year-old video they used to sell prints of sketchbooks as art books. Do you still do that? No, I haven't done that in a long time. I want to do more book stuff, but it's just the margins are tight. The margins are tight on books. You know, for conventions, the only one I really go to is Lightbox, and that's across the country. So that's really the only place where I would like sell books, and it's like, damn, real logistical nightmare to try to get a reasonable stock of books across the country like that. All right, guys, it's getting pretty late. Been on for over 4 hours. I think I'm gonna start wrapping it up. How you doing? Yeah. Everything okay down there? Yeah. What about Fanny? Yeah. When he won't pee? Did you let Fanny out too? Did you? Oh, okay. No. I was just checking. Yeah, I'll walk her before bed. All right. How's he? Did he go down all right? Okay. All right. Love you. So I'll stay on for a few more minutes. So if you got last questions, throw them in the chat. We'll talk a little bit. Answer some last questions and then peace out. Alexander says, thank you, Stephen. I've been a long time lurker, and I'm glad I decided to hop in chat. Oh, I'm glad you did too, despite lacking the free will to do otherwise. That's right, baby. I feel rejuvenated in my art journey. These streams are wonderful. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it. Happy to help. Any tips on practicing rendering leather and other fabric? I think you asked something about that before too, right? Rendering leather and gold. You know, in general, for materials, you know, the best thing you can do is get a real sample. Try not to start looking at tons of photos, because like, let's say leather. When you look at leather in photography, you're going to be looking probably at a lot of product photography, and it's all edited, you know, and made to look very different. And so because photo to photo, the different editors are going to be editing it very differently to achieve different effects and make it look different, you're never going to get just a consistent understanding of what the F actually makes this look like it is. So for something common like leather, it's always better to just grab a leather jacket out of your closet and just throw that down in front of you, put a light on it, and either look at it very closely, which is quite useful, but a lot of people struggle to do it for an extended period of time, or draw it. Do a study. But the great thing about having the real thing is that you can bend it and touch it and crinkle it and feel it, because material is not just about, with something like leather, it's not just about like the color and the values that material tends to be. It's also about the way, like its structural nature, like the way that it bends, how tight of a crease can leather hold. A lot of kinds of leather, it's so thick and so structured that it doesn't really hold tight creases. It always folds in like a nice round bend, right? And so that means that you're going to get softer speculars, softer form shadows, things like that. So all of these things affect the way that we depict that particular material. And it can often be completely missed if you don't have the blessing of just being able to grab it and turn it and put a light bulb on it and things like that. For something like gold, I mean, you probably do have a piece of gold somewhere, you know, but it's probably something small. It's like a ring or something like that. Again, if you look at gold online, you're going to see a lot of edited pictures of gold, and it's going to look like a million different things. Go to a museum, you know, go to the nearest museum you can find that has artifacts. Most museums will have some kind of gold artifact that you can look at real close and inspect. For me, it was, you know, the way that I depict gold, it was looking at real gold that made me, that really influenced the way that I do gold more than anything else. It was looking at gold in real life that, you know, cool artifacts at the Metropolitan Museum of Art and things like that, that really made me come to the decision, the opinion that, like the specular reflection on gold is like not white. It's like very, very yellow. That's kind of what makes it look metallic and like gold, which is rare to see in photography of gold. It's always graded so that it's very shiny, and so the specular is white. And honestly, now that I've come to the conclusion that I have, even professional product photography of gold, wherever the speculars are white, it makes it look like plated gold to me, like not real gold. It looks fake to me. I much prefer a nice yellow specular on real gold. So yeah, get in close, look for the real thing as much as you can, and use that to come to your conclusions about the materials. And as much as you can, hold the thing. Because as I said, a lot of materiality is structural stuff, not just visual stuff. The viewer's eye is very sensitive to the structural stuff. It's like you can render something with the colors and values of leather all you want, but if you put an impossible crease in leather, the viewer actually knows this quite well, and it won't read like leather to them. Alexander says, campfires for the weary art shamans in training to take a rest. Oh, I love that. I love that. Willie says, thank you, man. I've got to have leather and gold around me somewhere. Yeah. It's always the way to go. First-hand experience first. Resort to photos last if you can. At least photos you didn't take. Just random stuff offline. Resort to that last. Last resort. Zachary says, hello, Steven. Just dropping in. I've been exploring realistic anthro cats with a Mayan flavor for a D&D setting and more cyberpunk rollerblading anthro cats. Not sure which I should... Cyberpunk rollerblading anthro cats. Not sure which I should focus on for the design class. That's up to you. You know, I don't want to influence your... It's so important to me in the design class that you are maximally interested in what you're doing, like personally, that I wouldn't, especially when you're just giving me options like that, I don't want to pick one because I know that will weight it too much towards my preference, and it'd be easy for you to, even if it's not the one you really want to do, you'll bend it, you'll want it to work out so that you can please me. So I'm not going to say anything. I know that's not satisfying, but my values as a teacher are make it clear to me that that's the best thing I could do for you, is remain silent and let you pick. Oh my God, guys, can I just be frank with you? My ass is killing me today from sitting. I have got to get up and go. The body's saying, dude, too much sitting. just to be perfectly frank with you. You focus if the art director is standing behind you. I mean, I would never let them just stand behind. Like, I'd be talking to them. So I don't think there'd be any expectation of perfect focus there. What would suck would be like sitting like back to back with my art director, like in an artist alley. If my art director was right behind me, that would be a rough desk to have. That would be a rough desk to have. It's like the standing behind me is not a problem because that means you're checking in, we're talking, we're engaging, doing notes. No one's gonna stand there and watch you draw for a half hour, but if their desk is right, like behind my desk, just like we can always see each other's monitors, it's like, that's more annoying. Just like the constant soft checking in, seeing everything in process. A good art director would have to resist the urge to constantly comment, you know, every time they get up to the bathroom and stuff like that. That would be annoying. It'd be tough on the art director and it'd be tough on the artist. I think that's definitely why usually art directors are in another lane at the studio, you know. Try to put them in another room if you can. How do you not get neck pains given the angle of your working area? No, neck pain is not a problem for me. I've always preferred to work flat, but no, what I get is I get ass pain. That's always been the #1 pain. I don't get back pain, not really, no neck pain. I get shoulder pain from other things, not from drawing. The main thing I get from sitting and drawing is righteous pain in my ass. That's what I get. Especially if I've already gone for a run that day. Then the pain comes earlier. Alexander says squat, get caked up and get some pillows. I know. It's not just getting caked up. I'm sure the ass pain is not just about cushioning, but it's got to be caused by some amount of gluteal muscle atrophy, which definitely, you know, short of a heavy squatting regimen, it's like guaranteed if you've got a life like spending a lot of time at the drawing table. The only solution would be to draw standing up or to squat way more than I'm realistically going to get in my life at this point. Yeah. M. Oak says, Steven, should I screenshot every frame of a movie and glaze nightshade it and feed it to AI? No comment. Given my position in the anti-AI rebellion, I cannot provide any input on things like that. Neutral. I can neither confirm nor deny. I can either say whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. I cannot provide any advice on such things. I have no knowledge of any strange actions that anybody is planning on taking like that. No one divulges that information to me. I have no idea about the efficacy of such maneuvers. I have no input and have not thought at all about the ethical or legal implications of such a thing. I am completely empty. I am a void. Shunyata. This means nothing to me. I am vanishing. I'm vanishing. I'm vanishing. All right, everybody. I'm for real going to vanish now. Thank you for drawing with me today. That was a lot of fun. And if you are still drawing today, I hope that your drawings go very well. Thank you as always for your practice. It's very good to draw and add art to the world, no matter what, no matter how long you've been on the journey, no matter how long you've been doing this thing, always very good to add to the world. Take care, everybody, and I will see you all very soon. Very, very soon. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye to Ayub, Azakman, Zachary, Szynski, Renola, Dominguez, Nomogdist, Safi, One Art, Yuri Huang, Alexandria, Ludens, Zixamatheus, M.O.K., Joss Chauk, Nupe, Demon of Hell Anime Studios, Paris 9980, A25, and of course, Daryl Grant. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. Happy drawing. Peace.